Yo, Stinky, where you at?
Oh, God. Upstairs, my room.
Are you snuggling again?
I
Oh my fucking god, of course you are.
did a little more than
Right,
snuggling
I
last
say that
night.
I probably grabbed all my stuff over the last episode because I wasn't there physically.
Got it.
Yeah, I'm probably fully
Gotcha.
moved out by now.
Sounds good. Thanks, Artie.
Cool. Shut up.
Yeah, snuggling.
I've
That's
said nothing.
snuggling. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Where's my squint emote? There we go. God damn it. Alright,
I
you
left
two
my gun
don't
in my
enjoy
room. I
yourselves
can't
too
use
much.
that on you right now.
Anyway, see ya.
Absolute goober, that one.
Very so.
God damn it.
Good morning.
Good morning to you as well. How did you sleep?
I slept.
Well, that is good.
Yes. Better than not sleeping.
Indeed. Oh. My body feels lighter for some reason. Is this normal?
Does it? In what way?
As if I have been rejuvenated. I feel a collective energy in my body.
I don't know. Maybe it's something to do with your species.
Perhaps.
Maybe.
Is there anything you need today?
Luck would be great.
I see. And what are the tasks that you must partake in?
Many tasks. But one very important one. I have research to do.
Research as to what?
Darkness.
Be careful. Not many good things can come from darkness.
Without darkness, light would have no meaning.
I suppose that is true. But an overwhelming darkness will create an abyss. And whoever seeks to find the abyss will end up losing themselves. I almost did.
Then perhaps if you see Ardo today, you can help him out of his.
If I see him today, I will make an attempt. Otto is a unique individual, as well as a very intelligent man, but he is closed off. He is very self-sufficient. But he is willing to give help to others, however he solemnly ever wishes to receive it. I am the same.
A man that is afraid often shuts the door. Sometimes you have to force that door open.
I do not know why it still persists. It is becoming more troublesome. It's been a while since I've worn all this.
Then don't let me stop you.
Morning, Phoenix.
Phoenix.
Good morning, gentlemen. What are we working on today?
What aren't we working on?
I suppose that is my job to keep memorized. Well, we can't exactly work on the aqueducts at the moment. We need a huge amount of stone, and we're going to be getting that from the mines. Once the mining operation starts to kick off there, we'll be working together a little bit there once they get that flooded in. We can't exactly work on the boat issue because we don't exactly have the lumber. We do have some, but we're in need of a large amount, so we're currently waiting on a project they want to kickstart with a lumber mill in that regard. We could probably try to make do with some of the lumber that we have around the area, but it's going to be a great deal, and considering we only exactly really have 2 qualified lumberjacks at the moment, I want to wait a little bit until we can get something a little bit more efficient. Don't want to put all of that on your shoulders. We have your little project with the drill. We're going to be testing that later today, possibly. That'll help out with the mining situation. But outside of that, pretty much, we're kind of waiting for other people now.
Right
then.
I see.
As for the drill, it's a modified version of the drill that Bing made to harvest crystals, but mine's gonna be more harvesting stone. That one on the wall right there, and you'll see it's somewhat ornate picture of a drill, a mechanized drill. Talk to Bing about it. I'm hoping to get his help a little bit. the things that I didn't quite understand, but regardless, I should have it done today, and if we get it done today, I can test to see how efficient it is on breaking stone. If it's faster than the pickaxes, better tool to use.
I understand. What part may I start on to assist with this?
Oh me, oh my, that's a loaded question. How good are you with clockwork?
Not proficient.
Got it. Well, the main mechanism that needs to be made is the crank, as it's going to be hand operated. I'm hoping to make a more automated drill for a later purpose, but for now I just want to see if it can work. So, maybe a lever, something to get a gear spinning. I can attach the gear itself, but maybe a lever to spin the gear.
I will see what I can do.
I appreciate it. Outside of that, what I was going to say, you might want to clear it with Mayor about the addition to the guild, the Inventors Guild. Would be a good place to test it if we wanted to actually get going on that.
So, considering I was actually one of the ones who brought that up to you, yes. Are you wanting me to bring that up with the mayor?
If we could, see if it's even possible to begin with, or something we should.
I can almost guarantee you it'll definitely be possible. I already brought up the idea with Bing, and he in fact actually wanted to eventually have the Forge and the Crafters Guild combined together. So he already likes the idea way ahead of time. Don't worry, I did the whole social communication thing as we do. In the meantime, I'm hoping the mayor is awake. It's going to kind of be the only thing getting in my way in terms of making sure we can get the okay. But whenever you do get it crafted, I'm going to be completely honest with you. I think we should be okay to... Oh, damn.
Well, sorry, did you...
Oh, sorry. Audrey just appeared there. Anyone else? Around?
Greetings, Erebos.
I just came here to get a copy of a key made. Actually, a few copies. If that can be done.
Do you mind if we ask whose keys these are?
Mine.
Yours.
I will make an attempt.
I don't exactly have a way of proving otherwise.
Oh!
I need 3 copies of it.
The mold for these should be nearby.
I thought
I will attempt to find it. I'll make these for you.
Did you
Yeah, it's just the key for my home, so it'd be great.
You mean our little
Hey,
beach
boss.
getaway that a
I'm
bunch of us
being-
went on?
I'm being
Yes.
fully ignored here. Hey,
Yes.
you got a little
Took the
something
chest
there.
and all
little-
the keys to it. I have to put that somewhere. Where
You still feeling stabby?
Where are the key bits? So I did, and nobody really.
No, I'm not feeling stabby.
Oh, good. You doing all right?
So what exactly were you going for? I'm sorry.
I'm doing.
Yeah, I saw a little bit, but I never got the culmination of whatever
I know
happened
you're
with
gonna
that.
say no or fuck off or whatever, but if you need help, I'm happy to help.
We had to find it all. After we found it all, we found a bottle of alcohol and a souvenir.
Happy to help in
free
a case like me. It's
something.
strange.
Nobody wanted the chest.
I'm a bleeding heart, what can I say?
Pretty secure chest. You need 4 keys.
We should get that checked out.
Erebos.
Yeah,
Oh.
probably.
For the time being, you can hold on to your key.
Look into that.
I found the mold that it
Actually-
fits into, and I will begin making your copies.
Give me
It should only
just
be a
a
few
moment.
minutes, as the mold will make most of the work easy enough.
Right.
Excuse me, my friend. Can I actually borrow you for a moment?
Of course.
Yes, you. Can I get your name?
I'll be
one more
back in a
time? I
minute. I'm just gonna
apologize.
take a
I'm
short walk.
still refreshing
Do
myself.
what you need to.
Oh,
It's kicks.
yeah.
Kicks are done.
Look,
Kicks.
next time you're gonna like sit down and hide.
Got you. Alright, I'm thinking it over. We don't exactly need anything extremely crazy for a very small little fishing vessel, like 1 to 2 people. I'm worried about our amount of lumber, though. It's gonna be a little bit. I'm pretty sure we have a close approximation, but we'd be burning through the entirety of our stock. But if we started a fresh new stock, we could possibly start a collection up just in case. Because however long this lumberjacking business they're going to want to get started, I don't want it to get in way of possible fish trade. That would be very consequential for the town. If you could, get together with our harbor master. Check and see what all he would require for this fishing vessel. And if it sounds plausible, like he's not asking for too much, I want you to get together with Fern, actually, and let's see about getting together a separate stock of wood. See if we could possibly make this plausible while also not completely tearing apart the woods within the general area.
Of course. Yeah, I'll link up with Wynn then here soon and see what he needs and get back to you all.
Fantastic. Any progress you get on that, just keep me informed and updated. I can keep the board updated as well. And if any of the rest of us are free during the crafting process, we can definitely assist you. Fun? Fun? Can you hear me, sweetheart? Oh, gotcha. If we requested your assistance in collecting some wood, would you be available for such a thing? So, yes? No?
Yes. One of these days.
Yes. Wonderful. Thank you very much. Might be asking for your assistance a little bit later. She'll be your go-to in terms of assistance out there. If you need any further help, please let us know. I guarantee there's someone around town with free hands who can assist. As well as ourselves, if that's not already said.
I'm not sure on how they fared last time. Skylar, was it?
She was the first one who came to mind, actually. I'm sure she'd be happy to lend a hand if able. That was something that I wanted to bring up. It might be a worthy investment for down the road. We don't have a substantially large polling cart in town. We have a wheelbarrow and then a cart outside of the gates, but it is currently immobile. It may be worth a project down the line once we have some open time to invest some of the wood that we collect into crafting a simple cart of some kind to assist us in lumbering and bringing the material back to the smith.
Its
Basically,
immobile
the hardest part
nature
right now is lugging the
Juniper,
material
if you
back
would.
here.
The immobile nature, it's basically just missing wheels or something, isn't it?
I would have to take a closer look at it, but when we tried to move it the other day, or yesterday, it was quite immobile and refused to budge, so might be greased up, or
Alright.
axle is stuck or some kind, or not sure.
Let's because I like the idea of you all being able to actually migrate a lot of this lumber easier.
With a ruby.
Considering we're waiting on a lot of processes, let's make that actually our main priority. Can you do me a favor and take a look at it yourselves and see if you can figure out why exactly it's immobile?
I can give it a look, sure.
Fair enough. You could, you just have to
Come right ahead then.
punch down quite
Report back to me anything that you find, and if you find yourself confused, let me know. I'll go on out there with you and we can take a look-see.
Nice, works for me. I'll get on it then.
Thoroughly.
Juniper, if you're not busy, I might need a hand in diagnosing the state of the cart. Would you mind lending me a hand? It should only take 15 minutes.
I could do so. And if it's not horribly broken, I could maybe fix a small thing.
Fern,
keeping it
there's a small metal bucket next to those boxes over there. Would you be a dear and retrieve it for me?
Want get up? Don't want get up. Don't want get up. Can get up. Can get up.
Thank you, Fern.
Tired.
Perhaps you should go and acquire that coffee beverage that the...
No. Take.
You know, if you're really wanting, we have a wonderful Deflo around town who happens to worship a certain very sleepy god of theirs. We can also
Worthless
play around.
deity.
To be fair, even I make little prayers every now and again to old Greed. God knows if he's listening. What you folks about shoving coins up his ass?
If the gods truly did give any sort of care for us mortals, there would be very much less suffering in this universe. They have ignored all of my prayers. They have ignored the prayers of many who live here. And they have watched us all suffer for their own entertainment.
We look at ours less of like gods and more of like non-existent parents. It's probably a nice way to put it.
I never grew up with parents
They're not
myself
really
either.
gods.
I don't need this one.
We look at them as such, considering they were some of the first ones to come around, but they're not really gods. But we do revere them for helping in our existence.
Given how you ran off, you might need this instead, I guess.
If that is how you wish to perceive it, I cannot change your mind.
You had an episode.
Cole, you have no words. I'm forever dedicated to myself in that regard. I'm not going to wait around for some god to fix it for me. I'm out of technology, for God's sake.
Can we stop with the gods? Are my keys done?
The first one is
He's
almost
working.
finished.
He can speak if he'd like to. If you don't wish to hear about it, please take yourself elsewhere. We'll have your keys ready for you.
Erebos pouty.
Barely.
Erebos, do not hide from me, I can still smell you. Your first key is ready.
You might have already left there, friend. Oh, there he is.
The other two will be ready shortly.
Right, thanks.
How's your armor there, friend? Has it been fully repaired for you?
It has, for the most part. There are still some tears in the fabrics, but I have not been able to speak to Monty for some time. She is busy.
Me and her both. These measurements should be fine, but I'm sure they'll have some fucking complaints that they always do.
Alright. Complaints.
Morning, Bing.
Everybody doing fine here? Good morning. How's everybody feeling?
Good morning, Forge Master.
You're feeling alright.
Hey, you don't need to call me Forge Master. You know you can just call me Bing. It's not that big of a problem.
It is a respect and honorable title. Is it not befitting of you?
Yeah, I mean, it's fair. I can understand that. I just don't need to get into the whole formality thing. I'd prefer to have that from people who are not related to the Forge. While we're doing this thing here, you can just call me Bing. You know, colleagues and everything, even if I might be a Forge Master. So,
As you wish.
So, how's progress going on your guys' end? Any sort of specific projects or something that you had in mind that you're working on?
Well, just to keep you fully updated. Fenix is actually working on a little commission for some replication of some keys. But for the most part, unfortunately, a lot of our work is actually awaiting others. If we want to work on the aqueducts, we need the stone. That's going to be the mines.
Right.
Currently, we have them currently recruiting people right now, and we've got some measurements and stuff in tow. At the end of the day, that's going to be their work. We have a commission for a fishing vessel and eventually a full-on boat, but that's going to require a lot of lumberjack. We currently have them inspecting a cart that we might potentially use. It's currently immobile, but I'm having both Kix and Junie take a look at it to go ahead and report back to me why it's immobile and if we could possibly get that repaired. That'll help, so that way they can go ahead and get started on the lumber collection, so maybe we can actually jump on the fishing commission. Outside of that, Junie's still working on his project with the drill. He's got great progress on it. We're looking at potential testing today. And if the mayor is around, I'm not sure if they are or not, we could possibly get it tested. And by testing, I mean we've got a wonderful testing ground right there. Considering we would like to clear those little weird extensions they put right there and see about potentially moving the forge and connecting it to the actual crafting guild.
Yeah, no, that is actually something that I was going to potentially look into by the fact that, you know, we've been trying our best and, you know, beforehand when it comes to the town, it was mostly just me being the blacksmith, but I'm realizing that we might need to expand a little bit by the sheer fact, you know, first it was Fenix, now comes you, before and there was melody as well, so we kind of need to adapt on some things. So we'll have to look into it. Let me see something here.
Okay. What exactly do you have in mind?
It's a good question. Well, specifically, first of all, just making the place bigger in general. Thank you. I'm gonna look into it, potentially find myself another anvil for the sake of it, you know. The way how I see it is, having you guys be productive is one thing. Just in general. And I mean, moving the forge, if you guys think it would be a lot more beneficial due to attaching it to the Crafters Guild. That gentleman I need to still talk to. Yeah, no, if you want to attach it to the Inventors Guild, I don't have any problem with that assisting it. At the end of the day, as a founding member of the... Go on.
Oh, go ahead. I apologize. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I mean, like I said, the debt is still a thing, so I'm not going to specifically work on anything major when it comes to anything. But for the sake of it, since I am a founding member of the Inventors Guild, I do not mind assisting on that front for the sake of courtesy. In the end of the day, I want progress to be made.
I also may have a proposition to assist with this debt, if I may.
By all means. I mean, that might be a thing that you might have to talk with the mayor in general, but by all means, Phoenix, I'm willing to listen to you.
I actually heard from both the mayor.
Money around or know where she is?
Money?
Who?
I haven't seen Money all morning. She whooshed herself out of the bed before I could even find my eyes open.
Check town hall, I guess.
Potentially. But go, lad.
I was approached by both the mayor and her mate recently last night. Her mate proposed an idea. The masks that they wish to make in order to send a few of us into the mines to collect not only rocks, but as well as some of the materials we use to make armor, weapons, and tools here at the forge, different metals. They proposed the idea that this mask would rack in, as they said, a fine amount of gold. The idea was to have the forge itself take 75% of the profits that we make from these masks, while the other 25% are redistributed back into the town, meaning that not only will we pay off our debt, but the town will slowly begin to earn funds for itself as well, and we would own the patent from then on.
I have had a conversation with Morris about that, the whole patent thing. At first, she decided to potentially go through the idea of selling the patent to me. But overall, I don't like the idea of, like, crowning myself with other people's, like, hard labor. So overall, I gave her that decision to be like, hey, do it as you told you, Phoenix. And, yeah, no, I'm in full support of that. Fully fine if that adds to the gold counter for the sake of removing the debt. But once that is done, the debt is cleared, I'll be back in a full swing and helping you guys out wherever I can. But it's obvious, been working here for a while, debt has been accumulated. While I am a kind guy, still a salesman. Services are still sales as well.
We have newcomers. Large ones.
That is the mightiest set of hair I've ever seen. Bing, don't get jealous.
Oi, prick! I see your thing what you're pointing out. I know I'm a bald bastard. More comments about the fact that I'm bald and I'm taking your fucking horns as well, you prick.
Worry not, Bing. I am also considered bald.
I missed you, Bing. I missed you, buddy. Really did.
Stop flattering me. Oh, good.
I'm serious!
I miss
You're
you.
the sweetheart of the forge, you big bastard. Well, I say sweetheart, you could probably fucking straight up crush a man if you just squeezed a muscle hard enough, if I'm being honest.
There's a moth woman who might be getting a little bit
could
jealous
use your
if you do that.
strength if you're not busy.
Oh,
Got a cart that needs pulling.
Very well.
Don't think I don't
Vincent.
see that money.
The spare
Oh,
keys.
yes, yes.
If Erebos returns for them, just give them to him.
I know we didn't really have a
Understood.
proper
I'll
chance
make sure they're
to
delivered.
introduce ourselves before, and the last time we had it, we kind of got sidetracked by a whole meeting.
Of course, I understand.
Before that, Zet, can I get you anything? Can I help you?
No, I'm just here.
You're fine.
Hello.
How's it going, Zip?
Then by all means. properly introduce myself properly. Forge Master Bing of Leafside, gladly willing to assistance. Specifically, you were the gentleman who was also working with lumber, was it?
Indeed, yes. Yes, I'm a carpenter by trade.
Absolutely, pleasure's all mine.
It's a
Always good to
pleasure
have
to
my
meet you.
carpenters in this town. Pleasure's all mine,
And
by all means.
I go by Kicks in case there was in case you need a refresher on that.
I did hear
Good to
that,
make your
absolutely.
acquaintance. Indeed.
Pleasure's all mine, by all means.
I've been around
Well,
for
I
the
am
past few days,
myself. Of course, no, I've seen you by all means, but I wanted to get myself properly introduced and
Of
everything
course,
for the
I
sake of
understand,
courtesy.
yes,
I know
indeed.
I've been, like I said, planning weddings still, you know, left and right, kind
I
of
have
busy,
heard a
making
lot
sure the
about
missus
you,
are
but I
happy.
assure you it's all good things, so it's a pleasure to finally
Good,
meet
no,
you.
absolutely. Last thing I want to do is crush somebody's skull. It's all good. No, but still, I'm gonna do some rounds, maybe talk to the people who are new. Phoenix, Vincent, if there's any sort of specific updates or specific things you might need, be free to reach out. I'll gladly be able to give guidance or assistance wherever need be. Don't mind even being a runner boy for the time being, but as it still stands, as the debt goes, not lifting my hammer.
So be it.
Understood.
Of course. Once that is clear, I'll be sure to work on all the good shit that you guys been doing. Specifically looking at Junie's thing. Juniper has been doing very well with the drill, and honestly, by the fact that he was able to reverse engineer the entire idea that I had in my mind, pretty proud of that little lad. So by all means.
He has a sharp
Give Junie
mind.
all the love in the world, if possible.
Alright, I need to get myself something to eat first. Alright, let's see.
Shall we get going?
We shall. Lead the way.
It is the car outside by the farmhouse. Juniper was able to unstuck the wheels. It seemed to be a little fused, but with a little effort, we'd be able to get it moving again and just use that one.
What? No! What are you doing?
Nothing.
I don't think I'm ever gonna get breakfast. Why are you still having problems
Everything all right?
Yes, I'm fine.
Do it yourself. Didn't sound too fine from my distance, but I'll take your word for it.
So I made a mistake.
Juniper, what did you do?
And you'll
It's
see
okay,
he's
you can
holding
tell
a
us.
funnel
This is
in
a
his
safe space.
and a funnel in his hand. You will see that currently there is a wheel that is stuck in the mud that is separated from the axle of the cart. So
It was fine when I left.
Well, well, don't worry. I didn't inherently break it. But there was a bunch of manure stuck in it. I didn't want to touch it, so I used my finger. So the wheel is right here, as you can already see. We just need to put it back on its axle. That's all. Nothing horribly. Ready? 3, 2, 1.
Yep, you got that end. Careful now. And that should do it.
You guys loading something up?
Almost did.
Good day. Just fixing the cart. Alright, well.
Oh no, it's fine. I was just curious what you're all up to.
It should be ready to move if you're willing to give it a tug. We don't really know who else to be able to do it. You're one of the few.
I suppose I can manage.
try and get the gate open as far as I can.
I'll lead you all to it.
Bonnie, there are a few who are looking for you. She's gone. This is a familiar feeling.
Oh?
I hope they don't need this funnel. I'm gonna test something with it. I mean, I dislodged an entire carp from its base using considerate payment. That powerful. If I had anything behind it, maybe no, it was that. I'm wondering if I add it to maybe something like my arm, if I could add bolts or arrows or
Make it sort of an impromptu crossbow of some kind?
what that, I mean, from what it looks like, would be a lot more devastating.
Sounds like something right up your alley to craft as well.
I'm carrying the big old carriage thing behind me. I'm wheeling it behind.
Dun, 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 dun. Mwah.
I have received a good luck charm.
Yeah, so I noticed. I appreciate you tugging the cart here, Phoenix. Probably wouldn't have been able to do it without you.
It is no issue of mine. Where my strength is needed, I go. Where am I tugging this?
It's kind of a tight walkway here. Try and be mindful of the wheel. Should be able to wedge it in through just fine. Looks good to me.
You see the gravel over here get displaced as if somebody was walking there. You see it trailing off.
No, the stitch is holding.
Someone or something was there just a second ago.
Is there a very obvious track left, or is it just
No.
displaced gravel?
Do I smell anything?
There's something that was. You smelled something, but you need to get a closer whiff. It's just somebody. Like, being invisible here is a common play. Somebody might have been invisible here, who knows? You have no idea.
Can't fix that.
Something's in the area, though.
I do. There may be more thieves. Or spies.
Since you are still...
It seemed to trail off that way in the direction of
magical thing. Does nutrients even matter for you?
I mean, sugar and meat in our diet, so yes, it's just not like most human people.
Honeyed bread. If it's gonna help your recovery.
lost it. I never.
The scent familiar.
It is, but I can't place my finger on it. It started.
The winds of fall wafting past your face. You swear you understand who this is, but as soon as you were just about to place your finger on it, the winds take it away. Could be just about anybody who has the ability.
No. It is someone familiar, at least.
Keep our eyes or noses about us, then see if we spot anything suspicious.
That would be the smart thing.
Maybe it'll come to you in time. What the scent is originating from. Or who
This is a first for me. I've never lost a scent like this.
I'll just continue my job to...
Are you proficient in your sense of smell?
I guess.
I have been hunting for a great many years. My sense of smell is something I am incredibly proud of. It's very rare that I ever lose a scent like that.
Peace, I guess, is the best way to put it.
It's certainly certain. It's known in what.
Where are we burning this cart?
For each of the magistrates, what
Probably
are
in the
their morals?
lumbering yard
What
next to the
kind
smithing
of
shop.
people are there, and can
In
they
that little
remain unbiased
fenced-in
when
area.
those morals are tested?
At least inside of it, that might be best.
Yeah, some people are too...
I will attempt to turn it as I move this direction then. Just keep an eye out on the wheel.
Yeah, I guess talking is still a no.
Yes, you're fine. You got plenty.
I guess be sparse with it today.
I might, yes, lay down at some point today, so.
Good day to you.
Let's bring it around that side and then loop it around to the far side of the fence. That's probably our best route.
As you wish.
Did our conversation spark an unintended interest?
Yeah, he's carrying a cart at the moment.
I'm wheeling a cart behind me. Watch your step, Adam.
I'll walk in front then.
Repeat what you said, Haddon? I missed.
Did our conversation mark an unintended interest in governance? Thought you were done with the jobs.
Not done with jobs. Not done helping people where I can, but thought I could in that area. What is it to you?
Motivation sparks me as one who wants to be left alone. This action speaks otherwise.
Take that notepad. Left alone, maybe. I'm not one to hide either.
Just make sure, make yourself a little bit of drawing.
If there's enough room within the gates, that might be best. If that was what you were planning to do, go for it.
There shouldn't be any extra lumber here currently.
It should be done unless, look, after having should be done by tomorrow.
Speak of campaigns,
Both of you can see me hauling the large cart that was originally by the farmstead, and I'm just backing it up and placing it here.
Right, go for it, lad. All right. Still, we can definitely use that.
Yes, sir.
It will be easier to haul lumber and other resources this way.
You talking about the new lass, or you talking about a journalist fella? Yeah, the journalist fella. Yeah, never been a fan of the journalist, but seems like a nice guy.
Indeed.
Thanks again, Phoenix. I appreciate it. Your
Of course.
service is most valuable.
Thank you.
The best we have is Tyrion. And then the other 2 lieutenants. Other than that, they take too much already.
Motley crown.
I suppose if you want to describe them as such.
Depends. Some people are good here, but others leaves me worrying, I suppose.
Rightly so. Without proper rulings, he'll suffer. And like his situation will not be tried fairly.
Indeed.
Without bias, given the situation he had accrued.
Would you say you're reckless? I mean, I've never seen you properly reckless. I mean, I can believe.
I don't see Vincent.
Right there.
Speak of the devil.
Are you blind?
Oh, how are you looking on that card?
But the card is here.
It is. You just walk
I
past
did?
it. Yes.
It's invisible. It's invisible. It's invisible.
Oh, got it. Fantastic. Okay, wonderful. Oh no, I tricked over it. You guys don't know. It's the flow thing. Don't worry about it.
Totally fine.
Flow.
All right. So how's the cart looking? Like, is it fully good? Or we just temporarily got some things on it?
What's for knowledge? It is
Don't
Alright.
look at business.
So right now, the way the situation is looking is took a second, looked at a couple things. I'm really focused on moving mountains right now when currently the walls that we're at, we can't obviously hire a bunch of contractors and stuff. We don't have the damn money. We don't have the money flow. And I am currently thinking about how we can raise the sky when I need to be focused on making sure the foundations are secure. So here's what we'll do. Obviously, maybe during, I don't know, a bigger way to call it, downtime, we can work a little bit more on collecting lumber. That's 100%. The boats are going to be a big thing. That's going to be a moneymaker. And if we could put together just a small fishing craft, that's not a huge thing, right? That's manageable. So if we can start collecting the resources, that's a good start. We can put a little bit of time into the foundations that are going to be going into the aqueducts. We can also deal with some of the digging, some of the foundation work, very simple things to make sure that when we do start getting the stone, we can place things where we need to. We have a couple of open projects. We can handle them during separate times. I'm hoping you're catching my drift with my funny words. But for the meantime, main focus I want for each forgesmith person, if you don't have anything to do, you're dedicated to your projects, you do as you wish, but if you find free time, go around the town a little bit and see if anyone needs anything, even if it's small, right? Anything we can do to help people get back into their flow, to eventually work into making money for the town and assisting, I want that to be priority.
I see.
Sounds good to me.
Very well.
All right. So, also, remember, I don't want anyone overworking or overpushing yourself, because the moment that one of you do it is the moment that someone's going to go complain to the mayor that somehow I am torturing all of you, because apparently I'm considered to be your boss, even though that's not the case. But I want to make sure if you're working on a project, have someone work on it with you. If you're collecting lumber, have someone assist you. If you're gathering stone in the mines, which we have gotten the okay to at least start to do, pickaxes have already been prepared, please do it with someone. You know what I mean? Make sure that you're working together with someone on the project, so at least that way you've got a safety net if something goes wrong, and also you've got a separate hand to make the process that much easier. I am also available. If you need that assistance, I will be there to help you as well. I am not just some sitter-by. I'm doing a bunch of drawing, writing, researching, and getting everything together as well, so anything I can do to help and get me away from that, I will not complain. Understood?
All right then.
Very.
All right, fantastic. In the meantime, just make yourselves busy. Or if you need to, take a moment to yourself. We've gotten a lot of prep work done. We're allowed to breathe a little bit.
Works for me.
What? Alright, let me actually see. Juni's good. Good there. Bing can't actually do anything right now. That's correct. Alright. I'm searching right now. All good there, fam?
I was planning on grabbing a bite to eat. If anyone would like to join me, feel free to do so. I'll buy.
No, no, not that. I need to quickly do some quick rounds, and if you're still in there, I might see about joining you.
All right then.
I need to talk to Ms. Moneybags over there.
Well, I will be in the cafe if anyone would like to join.
I suppose a small meal could not hurt.
I'll come to you again about this. But it might take a lot of energy. Not physical, but magical in nature.
Excuse me?
Just so you know.
I haven't really expended myself that way in a while, so I'm fine.
Understood.
You want me to do? Are you sure? We don't have. I feel bad for you.
I think we're on a pause of any projects
But it's up to you.
We did just grab the large cart that we attempted the other day to grab beyond the walls, so we'll be able to fit much more lumber in there, but we'll still use your help in lugging that when we get around to it. So I'll definitely let you know if something comes up. You're planning on being in town, correct?
For the time being, I guess I am.
I barely know the man, but the bits that I know of him, he is incredibly unpleasant and I do not like you.
Okay, not it probably me,
He's
Trio,
unpleasant
Maris. I gotta
sometimes.
ask Amaris first.
And has many eyes.
Are you talking about the Canon, the one with the like really fancy glasses?
Yes, I'm looking for them. Yes.
I have seen.
He tastes wonderful.
What?
Lovely for you both.
Last I saw them, they were like in this vicinity, but that was a while ago. I am not of certainty where they have gone off to, but I do know who you're talking about.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Have you made any recent developments?
If I see them, I can try to direct them.
Nothing yet.
Tell them I have some.
She's still probably traveling around Airy because she doesn't like sticking in one spot for too long, apparently.
You being, I don't think I've ever heard your name before.
I meant for the pen.
It's just the way my sisters.
Delilah. Yes.
Oh, I thought you meant about my sister. No, I believe Trio was the one that was looking more into that.
Around, see if I see them,
I will
but
ask them.
I do not know
Yeah,
where they have gone off to.
I'm just
If you do see
trying
them,
to sort
just
things
let them know.
out for someone who's having trouble. So, doing what I can.
Yes. This is helping me.
I've already spoken to Alessandro now, so I've got
I'll
some
talk to you
OTs on
about
there. I got to talk to. They're wind, aren't they? The
Mhm.
wind. Who else?
I've gotten them to agree to help.
Good. I got to find Amaris, but I believe they might be in the medical, maybe, because I haven't seen them yet.
Understood.
But I don't want to go in there and interrupt.
Rothmus was found in a bloody pool, so I'm pretty sure that some of the medics are in the medic bay right now.
Where is?
Yeah, I won't go interrupt them.
Apparently, they were stabbed.
By whom? What happened?
I do not know. I do not know. They were found unconscious in a bloody pool in the Temple of Rest.
By the temple of the lady? Oh, God.
Yes.
Safe travels.
That's like...
We'll see you next time. Thank you.
Magistrate as other people were.
How would you say her exhaustion is looking like, Capo? How's her exhaustion looking like?
And here.
What has happened?
I'm not fully sure of the context of the details, still trying to get it figured out, but he just woke up, so I'm not trying
I didn't hear you.
We got there in the end.
I heard.
We got there.
I heard God over you. Sorry.
That's why I went back.
She's gonna treat the. She's gonna treat the wounds.
Yep. You've handled small tick bites like this, but usually, you get them before they get this bad.
Yes.
For now,
Friends
don't worry about
bad.
explaining. We'll ask in a little bit, okay?
Excuse us,
For now,
Phoenix.
collect yourself. As you heal the left last, just take some deep breaths and collect yourself.
Bashes.
Oh my goodness.
Although still there, are slightly receding.
I have no idea what I will find, but I will certainly try.
You wake
I
up.
was informed what's going on. Is he awake?
Yes, he just woke up. I'm full certain as to why, but injuries are forming on his body.
I'm not sure.
Well, I can certainly see if there is anything wrong with him from a magical sense.
Yes, please do.
Scar, do I need to ping a different DM or will you explain what's
You already know.
Can I lay down?
This is relevant to what I told you.
Understood.
He was found outside his sister's
Fine. Yeah, sure. Blake told us about it.
The new track just about as much as I know.
Everything's ready. Okay, no, don't keep your eyes
That
closed.
calf, his right calf, is really bandaged up. Huge chunk of flesh missing from the shoulder.
Not
incredibly severe.
with me.
What's a cold compress on your head? Help you cool off.
No, that doesn't make any sense at
Come
all.
here.
What are we looking
Here.
Oh, good. There we go.
Are you talking about the expedition? The expedition that went over the night previous? Into yesterday?
Sort of. But Rasmus, are you sure you have not been visiting my home?
Yeah.
Not been back.
Gotcha.
You feel as if you are just there this past night. Just
I'll
like
probably
last
stay
time.
asleep for a bit anyway. I don't have anything to do with
If
Snowball.
you are
and I
ashamed
don't
of
want
going there,
to,
just
like,
okay, but
look over my own character.
it is not
I already
good
know
to be misleading.
what is in here and everything.
This is the question of do you want to continue?
They have the aura.
Oh
of
yeah, I'm
somebody who's
fine.
been
I'm
there
fine.
Literally
chilling.
the other day. Just as strong as all the others that have come back there. Just like the last time I was near them too. And every other time.
The water.
Flame's probably gonna pass out in a few seconds, so.
Keep an eye on.
Will do. Let her get her rest briefly and momentarily while they look over. These things do take a toll on the body.
So he bears some kind of feeling that he's been in the Vale, but
They feel like a friend. That is the best way I can put it.
Busy here, but if he's busy, we can
However,
wait.
they insist they have not been there, which is why I am. Just as to
just ping him whenever.
very
Okay, gotcha.
familiar. In a
Then-
good way, for me at least, but
I guess it depends what
I'm
you
not
want.
sure if it is good for
Yeah.
you, given what is happening, if this is related.
I'll let you call him, because you're the one doing it.
Could this be related?
Given the way that its spirits like to lash out at those that it is not considering one of its caretakers or residents. Granted, from what I remember, people have only ever had scratches or the belief that something worse had happened, but not actually happening. However, in this case, it is very much happening. It is plain to the eye.
So, you were on the other side
I
of the
am-
river. Did you come back?
That's his condition.
I can barely understand what he's saying.
He's awake, but seems to be still kind of listless. There was a large gash taken out of his shoulder and a pretty bad injury on his right calf. He lost a lot of blood, but a lot of it seemed to be more recent rather than later. And then, after we treated him, I went to go at that patient, but Amelia noticed a cut on his stomach. A very obvious one that we most definitely would have seen. And as I've been getting enlightened, it's mimicking effects of the effluvium on the body, but making them manifest, where sometimes the mist will make you think you're suffering injuries, but you're not actually suffering them, but he is actually suffering them.
It is almost as if
So
they
this
are
is-
angered by them in some way, as that would be when things get more rash. At least that is from what I have ever understood of it.
The place is becoming more and more dangerous.
It does seem to be evolving.
It does not bode well for the
strike out
people
in
who live here.
I've never seen
mean-
it strike out in a manner towards somebody who's actually been here outside of lingering effects from the effluvium, but this is fine.
They have been there before, that much is certain.
So, he
has said so
mentioned,
himself.
yeah, being lost for some time.
I can verify that as well. He said he didn't discuss for the time, but he'd been there for a good duration. He
I could go back through my old research. 2/3 of my life was dedicated to the Veil. Hello?
That like weeks when I was there, it may have been longer. It was hard to keep track.
It is a common thing for those who are experiencing leading in circles to keep it away from what it wants to protect.
If he's a friend, then why is this happening?
That I do not understand. The only way
So
it is
for
just
too long, perhaps.
simply that they have that same feeling that I am drawn to.
Maybe
A sense of
he's been gone for too long.
familiarity. Gone to.
Are you saying that
I
he
was.
needs to be? He needs to go back to the Veil?
I was planning
can't
on
confirm
speaking to it at some point, but I cannot say with certainty whether or not I did. I know in my case, I can be gone for a while, but it is good for me to return. I was told when I was brought back from the stuff with Elk that part of what they had to do to heal me was to bring me there, and it brought my color back.
I'll be right over.
But that would be for me. I do not know how it would work for them. But
The
I
only
can
reason-
shield them from the effects for a bit if they would. I would almost want to bring them out there to ask if there is a connection or a familiarity from the spirits themselves.
Nice.
The only
That would
reason
at
I
least
mention that,
answer.
the only reason I mentioned the hypothesis is because Snowbell approached me about the treatment that you helped them with, and their attachment to the Veil. So that's where I have the suspicion. I'll let you speak that over. That's all. That's my.
Excuse me.
It's exciting. It's fun. We like it.
Oh, definitely should help Bing since he likes to play father figure with me.
The ring, yes. I know. At first I was like,
I'm confused. Isn't the ring
Plus, he
supposed to
might
be on
need
the
to build
left
some
hand? I
extra
thought.
seats or something.
Oh, well, I apologize. I'm sorry.
Oh, try our best.
That was very uncouth of me. Oh dear.
Well, at least I said something before you said something.
There was something about a surgery that needed done, and I don't know.
Okay. What was your name?
Hi.
Skylar? Okay.
The gentle sea breeze. When you came here, it was always warm and sweet. A little salty too. But now that it's getting colder, an entirely different scent. It's cold. Slightly damp. But as you stare at the horizon, where the sky meets the ocean, you see a plume of mists as a pod of whales breach. Just for a moment, only for you to see, before they disappear beneath the waves once again. Most likely moving north to Suna for warmer waters.
Not so easy.
Find either of you. We'll see when he decides to return.
Are you well?
Yes, I am well. Just contemplating.
What are you contemplating?
I saw Rasmus in the medical ward. Every inch of his body bore different wounds, cuts, scrapes.
From what I understand, it's something to do with the veil.
Yes.
Or spooky woods, I believe someone called them.
The miasma that surrounds the veil is incredibly dangerous.
Right, so at least it wasn't someone that was trying to hurt anyone here. It was just a dangerous place.
Indeed.
And he lives, so let's hope he stays that way.
I am attempting to figure something out. Think of something. If the veil continues to hurt people, it should not stay the way that it is. Something should be done.
Don't say that. Don't say that. Don't say that. You do not know what lingers there, and it is too close to here to say that out loud. Be careful. Spirits in the air listen with ears and eyes. Please be careful.
I'm tired of living in fear of the spirits.
We should all fear the spirits. They are a force of nature. Something that we cannot ever comprehend. They are like the sea. They are their own force. They should be respected. If not feared, at least respected. Perhaps that is why that man was injured. When one does not respect the wolf and puts the hand in the maw that wolf will bite, is it the man's fault or the wolf's?
The man's.
Then protect the man from himself. Teach him something. You cannot protect everyone from the forces of nature, but you can teach them to respect it and protect themselves.
Things are changing. Everything around me is becoming different. My eyes are beginning to open. My body is beginning to decline. The strength I once thought I had is no longer what I imagined it to be. And the people here have given me insight to many new things. There was a time where I thought that anything that was thrown against me, I could kill. I see now that it is not the case.
A strong man is always going to be dangerous, but a strong man then is smart and wise is more dangerous by each day that he lives.
I was not made for intelligence or wisdom.
You are above anything that you were made for already. Do not give excuses such as those. You are the fortress, are you not?
I am.
Every good hunter and protector is smart. Every one. Otherwise they would not be alive. You think you are not made to be smart? Good. Be smart in spite of it. I'm sorry.
I should go.
If you see or smell Erebos around, could you tell me? I want to talk to him.
For what purpose?
Not as a guard, at least mostly. I've heard something that I want to talk to him about that I probably shouldn't say out in the open.
If I see him, where shall I send him to find you?
I mean, I'm gonna be around. It was more. Could you tell me? I don't want. I would like to be the one that approaches him first.
I see. I will keep an eye out.
Thanks. Yeah, at the very least, I'm probably gonna do a loop around.
I will be in the training grounds. is becoming harder. I will attempt it again soon.
Are you alright? Did you figure out the things you were pondering?
Thanks to you, yes. Your words are much more important than I thought they would be. Thank you.
Oh, so?
There are things that I cannot see without guidance. I am still learning. But because I have an amazing teacher, I'm growing. Thank you.
I'm glad to be of help. Marnie. Miss Marnie?
Huh? Yes. Of course. What do you need?
Arvis might have already asked you. I'm uncertain if he said he did. I need to see if I can find air users. People with air attendants.
Still got to finalize a few things.
Well, I'm an air user.
Probably going to need some help. But
I'm going to
yeah, once I get all that squared away. Hey, big man. How you doing?
Greetings.
But yeah, I'll have everything for you by tomorrow. Don't worry.
Okay, good. Just wondering because just didn't want you to think that I wasn't willing to invest.
Yeah, no, it's all good. Everything will be ready by tomorrow.
Humans going to potentially be changed.
How about you? How are you holding up?
I am well. May we speak?
Oh boy. Want to go back to the tower?
If you wish, yes. Anywhere is fine, I suppose.
Hell yeah, man. Oh my goodness. So how are you holding up? Particularly.
I wish I could be better. But I am alive and doing well so far. Thankfully, there are those around me who are assisting.
Fair enough. So, just out of curiosity, are you the the friend Delilah was alluding to.
In what manner? Perhaps I am.
Regarding a bit of a change in some parts of yourself. Someone's coming. Fernie!
Float.
Float. Float?
Just a little. Wind walk.
Is this better?
No.
Actually, hold on a minute. Let me. My full body has been fucking up. Hold on a second. Okay.
Float.
Regardless. Yeah, I know I'm floating now. But yeah, Phoenix and I were having a chit chat. If you would, Miss Fern.
Important.
Yeah, unfortunately important, but it's okay. Talk to you later.
Don't be
Oh my leg. But yeah, there's discussions of some changes to a friend of hers regarding affinities that she requested my input on.
Affinities? No, not affinities. Changes in the mind, I suppose.
Interesting. Right, so this is about something else then. Lovely. I'm having 3 different conversations in this tower in the same day. So. What ails you, my big friend?
The dreams. The visions I keep seeing. There are things that I'm confused about, and I don't know whether this is beneficial or if it is harmful.
That's the nature of learning about yourself, sire. It's hard to tell until it's over, but having your true face reflected to yourself in a mirror is always better than not having it.
My true face was smaller, frailer. It labeled itself as the heart, and creatures huddled around its legs. It told me it could not guide me, that it must stay there and protect those creatures. Something reached out, tried to grab it. I don't know what it is.
Seems like it's reflecting parts of yourself back to you, just as it did in me. That's what it does. It picks you apart, strips you to your fundamentals, and shows you what they look like. And it lets you get the brunt of it. You've always been a protective sort. You care about the little people around you. Maybe to your detriment, but maybe you think that's worth it.
Perhaps.
More visions will elucidate more things about you. Into a sort of culmination. You want more? Another dream?
I think I must see this through to its end. I must find what I'm looking for.
Very well. Hayden told me that the traps that he put in my fucking tower are not active during the day. So let me get my supply for you. Here. 2 vials. Stronger dose.
What does it mean if my heart is blindfolded?
If you want my estimation, it means that your love is blind. Again, for better or worse. You care for people with little regard for what makes them up. This is my guess.
Thank you, Yanan.
Of course. Anytime.
Is there anything you need assistance with before I leave?
Tomorrow I'm gonna be working on getting some stuff under control for the renovations to my home. So the day after, we're probably gonna be moving some furnitures in and adding a door, a divider, all that sort of stuff. Good old carpentry work. I can help, of course. I'm a laborer.
I see. Call upon me if you need me.
Yeah, of course.
maybe the town doesn't really need me anymore. You guys have been doing a great progress on it.
And do take this with my perspective,
Phoenix?
if not anything else.
Cool.
We've been progressing a lot, but the foundations are still normal. And many of the things, like the drill, while I eventually did figure it out through a lot of time on my own, but we're not going to get to it. Oh, not invisible.
Magic.
Thank you.
The impressive. What can I do for you?
One second. Hi. This one first. Hi. We're
You're
finishing up the. Yeah, we're finishing up the drill. I am finishing up the drill. Do you know of the drill project?
Is this a Kappa ordeal?
Yes.
Got it.
Greetings.
Was told that it would take roughly 2 days to make. God's gone.
It's gone. But yeah.
God's gone.
So still.
Is there something I can assist with?
I was told to wait here for people needed assistance of a mining operation. I may travel.
And don't.
No,
I see. If that's the case, then.
Don't get me wrong.
The North. Eri. Osuna.
Do you want?
Sorry.
You said you were from the North. Are you from the cold regions or the water regions?
No, because I still love crafting. I still love people. I still want to work with them because
Not so far that
interesting
north.
seeing what
The
other
J
people can
Valley.
create with their own ingenuity and intelligence. It's
I
all
see.
what I've been doing. I mean, shit, that was one of the
On
main
my way
reasons
down
besides the
here,
whole elk
I
thing.
passed.
Why I wanted to teach Melody to become
Which
a bad
road was it?
blacksmith. I wanted her to become amazing.
I passed the
But it's still
road
the case where
where you must go through
usually
Bargas.
back in the day when I was gone, that was before you
And
were
where I
alive,
saw
before
you were
Phoenix
just
arrived.
raised.
If I would be gone for a couple of days,
You went through Bargast.
Leafside would just go into complete chaos without me. And
I
which
had
is
to
like a
travel
nice
through
feeling.
there.
It also made me scared to the fact that I never really could leave this place.
I see.
I care about these people and I wanted to blow up as soon as they walk away. But it's a case where nowadays, I see people like Phoenix.
My name
I
is
see people
Phoenix.
like you. I see people like Vincent.
Phoenix. My name is Evan.
And I kind of think about
Well met, Evan.
am I really needed still?
What brought me so far from the J Valley was rumors of prevailing against an undead army. And that there's still more conflict here, but despite all that, Leafside thrives. I hope I can learn from such brave people. I'm a fellow of Helm. Simply put, my job is to guide
No
people
matter
through the
what you would
land.
say, Ginny, you could not insult me in any short of way. I know everything you say comes from a
I
good
see.
place. Don't worry.
There are many of those here who need guidance, myself included. You will find worthy people to speak to this about.
You're right. I mean, it's that case, yes, but it's a strange case because I've been going through this mortal conundrum of, on one hand, I wouldn't mind going around and teaching more places like how to be blacksmiths, how to be better. But on the other hand, I'm also looking at it from the perspective of Leafside has become so stable, where I say with big asterisks, that you kind of learn to become self-sufficient. So it's kind of a case where, especially with you, Phoenix, I know Melody has been surpassing you, and I say that as no offense. You yourself have made amazing progresses ever since you started. You guys have all become so self-sufficient when it comes to being Leafside, with inventions, blacksmithing, mining operations. It kind of makes me feel like I'm not really needed anymore. But I say this in like a good way. It's like you're seeing a child grow up and now walk on their own 2 feet and make their own progress. It's been a joy, but also kind of it hurts because I've been thinking about that for a while. I might, once I'm married with Miss Mew, maybe I'll take an extended vacation. You know, take a trip with her around the place, check out the other regions with her. I mean, Leafside's still my home. I'm not saying, fuck you guys, I'm done here. It's absolutely not what I'm saying. It's just I've been thinking a lot. Especially seeing all the other people, like, with Anna, Ginny, Michelle, everybody else has been leaving, doing their own things, Nishka. See, a lot of the old folk that I used to grow up with, or at least here in Leafside, just kind of went their own separate ways. It's a case where maybe I need to take a change of scenery.
And that could be the case, but the reason I asked the question was that, irregardless of how self-sufficient we're becoming, there's still the opinion of somebody who is much wiser. You have years under your belt. I mean, I don't know of you, Phoenix, and I don't know of...
Lad, no disrespect, you say years. Buddy, I'm 30. I'm not that much older. We ogres only go for like 60 years. Exactly.
If that is the case, I believe I am older than Bing then.
How old Phoenix?
That's what I mean.
In my late 30s, I believe.
I don't mean physically older, I mean...
Perhaps. To you.
Experience.
Fern 42.
I mean, you have, as far as I know, every building other than the ones that we have reconstructed has had some sort of hand with you building it. And I am going to be completely honest, there are stonemasons that don't exist yet. There are so many paths that you have done and succeeded in. And while yes, the foraging aspect is seems to be taking over in one aspect, there's still so much you have that we don't.
Really? I get that, and that's why I wanna teach as much as I can. I'm not saying again that I feel like I'm done teaching Leafside by all means, but it's getting to the point where I think you have the resources, the books, the knowledge of just having each other and experimenting, where it's like, it's a case where I kind of want to see you explore for yourself. I could just lay down all the plans of knowledge that I have in front of me and just say, have fun with it. But I feel like that, the reason why I learned to blacksmith, I went through the entire days and nights going through all the books together with my brothers. It's a case where you kind of become your own person by working. And I don't want to rob people of that, especially in Leafside. I mean, shit, Phoenix. When you first arrived here in town, all you did want to do was being a carpenter. And now look at you. Own weapons, own armor, working on projects with everybody. I remember when you went into this town here, completely getting fucking angry about anybody you've seen, and now you work with people in relative peace. You've made amazing progress. Now you, Jenny. When you arrived in this town, you had your entire aspect of wanting to work in that sense, and your prosthetics as well was something that we've had imagined before, but you were the main people to sort of teach us how all this shit worked. Shit, there were some pieces, in all honesty, I didn't tell you for the sake of me not wanting to look like a fool. You taught me. And that's what I'm saying. I feel like it's getting to the point where Leafside can be self-sufficient. And it's a case where I feel like Leafside doesn't need me anymore.
Bing, if we stumble, if we fall, if we fail, where will you be when we need you?
make that very blunt with the Fenix. And that's again another case. I'm 30 years old. Ogres go about 60 years at average. I'm halfway through my life. You all lot.
Okay, just making sure.
As dark as it sounds, you will outlive me. Abso-fucking-loot me, you will. Unless, as Leafside is, you know, you might, you know, do your own things. But, in general speaking, if you play it careful, all of you will outlive me. When I'm gone, it does not matter if you would need me or not, I just won't be there.
I will go find him.
And I feel like it'd be better now that you all learn to walk on your own, fall and recover, than when the time comes and I can't be there to assist you. You get what I mean? I'll still be there. I love Leafside. This is the place that my wife called home, place that I called home. I'll still be there, and fuck, of course I'll be visiting. It's not like a case I'll be like, hey, it's been a joy, fuck you all, I'm done. It's not what I'm saying. It's just a case where I feel like, I mean, to be honest, I didn't expect to find love in this place. I kind of want to just spend some years that I have still with the partner that I dearly care about. And I feel like with the problems that Leafside has, the entire aspects of people fucking with things, and I don't mean this in any disrespectful way. It might be a case where it might not be the safest location for me and Miss Mew to settle down. That's what I'm saying. I feel like the best thing we could do, when the time comes, after the wedding, is have an extended vacation. Me and her go on a honeymoon.
And sorry. Then, if you feel that it's something you need to do, do it. I'm not the best with this sort of love thing. I guess I'm learning it. A lot of things have changed recently. I haven't told you about it. Anyways, if you know that this isn't the safest for you and Miss Mew, then take a break.
Fed earlier. It's good seeing you, Miss.
I mean, if you ever get the urge, come back, please. I mean, we still need.
Oh, believe me,
people.
you're not getting rid of me that fucking easy. That's not what I'm saying. But it's still a case of. I've been in here in this place for a year. Before then, I used to travel before I got here in the Leafside. I used to travel for about maybe like a good 5 years or so. And that's kind of unusual for ogres in itself. We're usually the people who like to settle down and stay in one place. I was always a little bit of an anomaly like that. But now I think
I can't make a promise.
the fact that I have someone I love,
Giving my blood to people.
I kind of want to explore the world a little bit more with her.
Going back.
See her world a lot more than just Leafside.
I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. From the bottom of my heart, I
Listen,
apologize.
it's just been on my mind basically. What's up?
I'm so sorry. So,
Thank you for everything.
unfortunately, that is the case.
Hey, big man, I'm not gonna fucking leave just now. I still got a wife to marry, by all means. But the entire aspect of it is I realize you all have made progress, and I feel like it's a case where, in the future, we all need to let go a little bit. And with me, I don't want to become the overprotective parent. For God's sake, want to turn into somebody who, again, looks at all of you like a whole bunch of babies. Sure, if you might fight amongst each other like theirs, but I at least think you're all at least competent enough to figure things out without immediately splitting your skulls open. And if I should ever get news of another siege or anything like that, if I do go out and I hear that,
Stone carving.
I'll try my best to come around and see if everybody's okay.
Well, there is not
Again.
once. I'm sorry. What is your name?
To make it easier, and if you would want, I can talk to some of the enchanters and maybe do some runes myself.
Understood. Well,
I've heard that there's been talks of ways to send messages over great distances, be it small.
What did you say?
Say your first name. Was it Evan?
Evan.
Evan. Have you all met Evan? By any chance? You already don't know while I've been bouncing around?
I'm acquainted, yes.
We can have that conversation when the time comes, Junie. Put it in the back burner. I think it's a good idea.
Keep that in your
Good
mind.
to have you, Evan.
Alright.
Oh,
understood.
you.
Well,
And pick up a miss.
I'm sure you already have
Watch,
been shown
face,
at least a
face,
little
face,
bit
face.
around the town a little bit, but I'm telling you right now, any and every...
Thank you.
Junie's very
Ben.
excited. Yes, Junie.
Your wife, or soon to be, Miss Mew.
There you go. Yes.
You are much larger than she is. How do you take care of her?
Gear, armor, anything of the like, and we all work together as much as humanly possible.
Overall, it's
Never
all
not
about
once will you work on a
being
project
careful,
by yourself. There will always
understanding
be
that,
someone
again,
at the ready to
difference in
assist you, and
size
if
can mean a
not,
lot of
it's
things.
because literally the town had to deal
At the
with an
start, of very much
entirely
sleeping in the
crisis.
same bed was a little bit dangerous. The last thing I want to do is roll over and then...
Now, if you wish
You
to
know what I
help the
mean?
mines,
But,
do you understand that payment at the moment
it's a case where if both parties work on it, they really want it to work out,
just working off
it'll
of
work out.
silver for payment right now.
My understanding is that because of that,
But the more that we get some
take
of
it
these
slow.
projects done, the more
You'll
this
probably
coin will
step.
start to
You'll probably
rise up.
step on people's feet.
In the meantime, though,
I'll
when it
step on.
comes to
I've stepped on her feet a couple
Yes,
times, and
sir?
at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if her shoe size got increased because of that. So I think my advice to anybody who is
Can you touch
loving someone who is a lot smaller than you are,
All right, then we'll stick with copper then for you.
patience,
Although you'll still be getting the same
cooperation,
amount
and
of silver
communication.
copper.
Fern gold, but it's okay. Fern doesn't.
I understand.
Don't even use money.
Thank you.
In the end, I've realized that, and I realized about love is one thing, is that there will be cases where,
We'll obviously work that out with everyone.
just like
as we get the
metal,
process rolling.
when it
In the
heats,
meantime, though,
the love is the heat. The partner is the one that forms you, and that's okay.
that we went ahead and got all set up. They're obviously clean.
What I'm saying,
to work with. You're obviously allowed to work
never
with
be
us.
afraid to change for your partner a little bit. That's at least how I see it. What can I do for you, Jenny?
Know how to work the forge, the repairs yourself. In the meantime, do you
Sorry,
happen to know where the mine is?
Would it
Alright, well, allow me to go ahead and show you if
be
you're okay with
okay
following.
if I ask you a couple questions on that later and away
Of course,
from...
of course. It's no
Sure,
problem.
no, absolutely. I'm fully fine with it. I don't mind.
So, basically,
Okay,
the way that working at the mine is going to be as...
Alright, then I'm gonna get back on this.
There's people that can dissipate from air. There's
You're fine, Jenny.
someone sitting up there. There's
Phoenix.
magic
Lady
up
Asheville.
there, and yet I'm just...
Alright. Alright.
Drill.
Phoenix.
Yes, Amelia.
Just so you know, I found him. So you don't need to keep an eye out for him.
Of course. Thank you for telling me.
Figured yeah.
throwing hand to a slightly, maybe 20-degree more angle to your right might give you a better edge on that. Just a tip, though. Better on the wrists over a long period of time.
Thank you.
What might you be working on?
That gift I spoke to you about.
How's it coming along?
I have just started.
What kind of wood did you select?
There was a dark log in my lumber pile. I don't remember where I had gathered it, but it was sturdy. It felt dense. I've not tested it for flame resistance, but I liked how it looked.
Well, best of luck to you, then.
Indeed. I hope I can.
And let me keep you. But I would like to see the final result at some point, if you don't mind sharing.
Of course.
I always love inspecting other people's crafty work.
I will show you once it is finished.
Indeed. I'll leave you to it then.
I'm mainly here just to pester you, keep you company, see what's going on.
By all means,
Pester
pester away.
in a jokingly. How are you doing?
I am well, I believe.
Good.
And you?
Yep, doing fine. It was a good talk I had with him.
What did you two speak about?
Yeah.
Anything significant?
In case you can't tell, I am whispering now. Oh, sorry.
Stealing my tools.
I was told he was a slave, so I figured I'd talk to him about that. At the very least, sort of get on his good side, more or less. It was good talk.
He was a slave, much like us. He is a troubled man, but he is working towards betterment. At least I'd like to believe so.
Yeah. I have no reason to believe otherwise, at least.
I spoke to him myself, many months ago, actually. Before the cave caved in.
The one over there? The big landslide? Is that what you're talking about, or?
The one behind us, near the Azure Mazoa. This direction.
That cave, yes. Yes.
Something had happened. There was trouble. Guards needed to speak to him over a matter concerning his possible imprisonment. He did not want to be brought back to cells. I saw him go into the cave. I followed. I pushed past my own fears of the darkness in order to speak to him, if not for just a little bit. I found him wounded, lying next to one of the dark crystals, threatening to blow himself up, and me with him, if I was going to forcibly take him back. I did not. Instead, I spoke with him. I talked with him about how he felt, and he opened up to me. He told me of his time in slavery, told me how he hated cages, chains, being commanded to do things he did not wish to do. I shared his sentiment. I spoke with him about my time as well. The many decades, the agonizing years I spent, they were similar to his, and he saw that as well. spoke with him and I told him that I would not let him be placed back behind bars. I would not let him be put in a prison. But he needed to come back to town, and he needed to speak with those here so that this could be absolved, so that he could clear his name. He did. He listened to me. And from then forth, he has always seen me in a different light. I like to believe that perhaps if he was not damaged, if he was not absconded in the past, perhaps we could be better friends.
Yeah. And at the very least, it is good to understand him better.
It is. I agree.
Yeah. Also, good on you for pushing past your fear for that.
I believe it is the only time I managed to succeed. Since then, I feel it has gotten worse.
Well, I'm not gonna push you to do it, but at the very least, you can say that you did it at least once.
I suppose. Though I sincerely wish to never have to do it again.
That is understandable.
Lieutenant, that's Atelier and Amelia. That's one of our bosses.
Hello, it's my first day on the job.
Salute.
Right.
Salute.
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 Okay.
There we go. Continue on.
What's your name?
Jeffrey.
Jeffrey. Well,
No,
good.
not Jeffrey. Jeffrey. You gotta get all those syllables.
Jeffrey. Okay.
Jeffrey.
You can call me whatever you like. I don't mind.
You do not need to salute me, Jeffrey. I am not a high-ranking officer. I am also a criminal.
That's lieutenant, though. That is. It's also a criminal.
Lieutenant.
You should arrest them.
Are you sure?
Well, the next lieutenant, if she hasn't arrested them, then we'd be.
I think I have this handled.
They got it handled.
All right.
We're gonna
Still.
go on a. How would you say patrol? Patrol.
We're gonna go on patrol. You said, right?
Yeah, one of those. This is my third one today. Don't worry, Lieutenant. If anything's gonna happen, I'll know about it.
Good.
Right.
Good to meet you. Good to have you here.
Pleasure to meet you. It was.
Well met. Likewise.
Yeah.
Where's Tyrion?
Shit! Ah, fuck!
Hey.
Howdy.
Ah.
I don't know why I said howdy. Ignore that. That was not greetings. A little bit of Benny
man.
slipped out there. That was an accident. Holy shit.
I must not have been paying attention because normally I hear people like that. Anyway. I don't know. Sorry.
Great.
What are you talking about?
I did not even know Tyrion was back.
I wanted to double check some information with him about Otto.
Yeah, it's
Concerning?
probably best to talk to about that.
He mentioned it to me. He said he left town, but I wanted to see if he maybe knew what direction he went.
Otto left town.
Guess I'll just keep looking.
I will help you. I can follow his scent.
I don't think he's gonna be back anytime soon.
Well, he left last
Can you
night,
tax
so...
evasion?
Yeah, that too.
What?
We do tax evasion.
Do we get taxed here?
Not anymore.
For taxes? What's...
Yes, we have a baron. We have, like, this land technically isn't ours.
I don't pay taxes, so...
Of course you don't.
Me neither.
That's
I
something
don't
to
know
figure out later.
Yeah, no, I think that's fine.
I have not been paying taxes
No
if
taxes.
they have been submitted to me.
Well, I mean, I feel like you would know at the very least.
I'm gonna find Tyrion.
Okay, goodbye.
Oh, I need to speak to Mr. Tyrion too, and he's gone. Well, alright.
Why is she invisible?
What?
Who? For goodness.
Huh? Who? What?
Who?
You
No
made
one-
her invisible instead of him.
There, I had to go and see you.
Oh, well, I'm
Anyway,
you know.
Yep,
Adamos, you could just walk around with being invisible. Why do you have to walk around?
Nah, it's Erebos. He's around.
Is
Where
it
the fuck did he
catching?
go?
Yeah, no, you're fine.
I just saw him a moment ago.
Alright, I'm glad he mentioned that. I thought you might have caught something
Phoenix,
too. You were
man.
a bit hard to see.
Have a conversation when you're free and you're not talking. Have a conversation with either. There might be another sort of commission when it comes to weapon.
I don't know what you're all talking about. I saw them just fine.
Maybe that'll make it
My
better.
eyes are,
lad.
my eyes are perfectly fine.
Hopefully that makes it better. Anyway.
Maybe you're the ones
see
who
Mr.
need the
Tyrion?
glasses. I'm not crazy. You're crazy.
Tyrion? Where's Tyrion?
No, I
That's the
haven't seen
question.
him since this afternoon,
it's on the love.
actually.
I guess I'm gonna
Where
be
were
looking
you?
for him. Thank you. Have you seen Mr. Vincent?
You will probably need
He
more
also
than
has my
just
fishing
a
rod.
word, but yes.
Vince
Multiple
was
sentences strung
at the forest
together.
last
Do you
I
have the
saw
time
him,
for that
but,
conversation?
Yes.
Check the town hall?
Lovely. Can you come here for a second?
Check the town hall. Oh, alright. Am
I saw him.
So there was
I
some
mean,
question
in the
for
town
he
hall,
should be in the
yes.
guard.
veil related.
Well, yeah, at least he shouldn't be in the guard area, but if he's inside,
If you
in
don't
the
go through
common
the
area,
doors, you'll
might
be
be
fine.
yeah.
As long as I don't go any closed doors. The Defilos, I think. Yeah, the blue one.
Lady
That's
Asheville.
weird to say,
Gold.
but yes, the
gold.
blue
Oh,
Defilos.
yes, Phoenix.
Do you
I
have
saw
a
him
moment?
Way over
Are you
there
busy?
with the drow woman.
How soon?
No, wait, where you like me?
So I think
Is that one again? Get! I'm not ready to use him. Go. That one keeps
I was told about a possible commission for a weapon that you were interested in. Would you mind explaining it?
Yes, it's not for me personally, but it's, well, I did say I would try to get someone a weapon there, and I'm making up, what I promised at the very least. I'm looking for nothing rather complicated, but a mace. Something with a shaft that's long enough you could two-hand it, but nothing too long as far as, a reach. About as long as a traditional longsword, and maybe a hand and a half blade in length control from the hammerhead to the shaft.
Who is this weapon for? How large are they? How strong?
About my height, and they are pretty strong, so I imagine they might more than likely single-hand it, but gives the opportunity for double-handed. It's well, the item is for Tell. I did say I would try to get them a weapon, so I'm keeping up with that promise.
You wish to give the demon a proper weapon. Interesting.
It's more just... More just making up what I promised at the very least. At the very that way they don't carry out one of the weapons from the training yard at the very least. They haven't shown any hostility as far as using it. So for that for that reason I don't have a issue giving them one. At least as long as they continue to show the restraint on that part.
I understand. Do you have a way to pay for this? I apologize, but this time I must start asking for currency.
It's fine. I plan to compensate you for your time.
Of course. It will be done then.
Very good.
I will start tonight,
If
but
it's anything like...
go ahead.
Alright. No rush. Besides, even if it's a simple thing, if it's anything like this craftsmanship, it should be a good weapon.
How is it holding up?
Well enough. I have done my way to maintain the blade since then, but... I suppose if you want to give it a quick sharpen, you're more than welcome.
The blade is intricate, soft. It's different from other blades that I made. This is your silver weapon, is it not?
Yes. I'm not quite used to maintaining those. These ones I'm more used to. As far as the blade itself, this one should be good, but silver weapons, the metal's a bit softer to deal with, so it's a bit...
The silver blade must be maintained very carefully. Pardon a moment, I must grab a lantern. It is getting dark.
You say so.
You want to have this conversation this way?
Silvered weapons, like you had mentioned, and like I have come to learn, are a softer metal. They maintain their shape, and they can remain sharp. But after strikes, without proper maintenance, they can become brittle, and sometimes even crack when they are not supposed to. Grindstones are a good way to even further ruin the blade. It must be sharpened carefully. That's why I prefer a whetstone.
I see. I'll keep that in mind then. That's why I had maintained what I could as far as oil and whatnot, but I didn't want to do anything extensive that could potentially damage the blade.
You have done well in that regard. There is no rust, no impurities. The blade itself is in good condition, but you are right, it did need a slight sharpen.
Thank you. At least I'm well-informed as to how to better maintain it then.
If you are willing to do it yourself, you are more than welcome to.
Well, I'll do what I can, but I would definitely, wouldn't mind if you would maintain the blades as well. If you enjoyed, of course.
It is a nice pastime, being able to busy my mind with something, especially with something I am proficient in.
It's Fern! A moment! Me. Miss Fern, are you still running for the position of magistrate?
That's definitely true. Despite the recent change in things, your craftsmanship hasn't lessened.
For all candidates, do you mind if I may enlist you in the survey?
That didn't happen.
Questions, if I may ask you questions. Alright, would you like a moment? Just on...
Your words are kind.
Well, that's true.
As you say. I will be heading off to the training grounds. I need to continue to work on my form and figure something out for my arm.
Well, if you need any pointers, you're more than welcome to ask.
You are proficient with swords, are you not?
I like to think I am. Not as good as my dad, but I like to think I am.
The blade is still a new concept for me. I merely chose it for its ease of use and its somewhat versatility. If you would not mind showing me a few things, I would greatly appreciate it.
Of course. I'd be happy to.
I see them. I have heard many good things about your swordsmanship. How refined it is and precise. Whereas I've heard the opposite for myself. The way I fight is much more brutal, savage, focusing more on strength than anything else.
That's not too far off. You definitely have the strength to go with it, but the form is a bit unrefined.
Does one need a specific form to fit themselves?
Yes, ideally. Say, this blade itself is quite mighty. It has quite a lot of reach. However, if I don't have the form to go with it, this blade of steel really does not do much. If I can't parry, if I can't properly use my blade accordingly.
Do you fight defensively or offensively?
It's a bit of both. I'm actually a bit offensive, but my style also gives me a bit of a defense. Things. As you said earlier, when I fight, I'm used to armored opponents. And the key with fighting armored opponents is you go for the weak points, you for the joints. Every strike you do, you try to connect. Whether it be, not everyone happens, but when you see a move and you see your opening, you take it. If you do it sloppily, it doesn't turn out too well. You can get your blade stuck. You could mistime it, lose your grip. Or even worse, your opponent will use that misjudgment to get back at you.
It is unique. It is different. The way I used to fight, I had to fight with tooth and nail. Everything I was put up against had hide, skin, scales, something for me to claw and grab at. And the men that I fought before were very loosely clothed in leather. I very rarely ever went against anything with such plate armor as you, or chainmail from what I'm wearing. Fighting something like that with a weapon becomes difficult, but crushing it, grabbing a hold of it, and biting down is more familiar. I find it to be easier.
And that can definitely work. However, if your opponent's ready for that type of attack, the ferocity, if they have a way to deflect that strength or use it against you, it doesn't really matter much. That's what happens when we fight against someone who really is a master of a blade, or even any weapon for that matter.
Show me.
I mean, Fenix.
I do.
One first simple thing I could definitely say is, you take pride in your strength, and your strength is quite impressive. But one of the most important things when it comes to any type of swordsmanship, or fighting style to begin with, is your feet. Did you notice how I carried my legs? How I took my steps? I advanced with one, either my left or right, depending on how I'm attacking. That gives me footing, that gives me solid ground. In conjunction with using precise blade techniques. Good strike. She's going for a feint. Don't worry. You're fine. It's merely a graze.
I almost forgot the pain of a blade.
One moment, real quick. All right. All right, Fenix. Very good. Catching my blade and using your strength to your advantage. Good improvisation. If you capitalize on those things and refine tech further, you'll be surprised how formidable you are.
I'm sorry.
Definitely. You're fine. Don't worry about it. If you want, we can start with the basics of it at least. Sure, can. Are you okay, Phoenix?
Fine. It's nothing. I'm fine.
Alright then. Well, you seem to be more one-handed, or at least... What's the style you're really you plan on going for?
Ever since the siege, I cannot use my left hand properly. Its strength fails from time to time, and if I utilize it too much, I get a searing pain through my bones. Even lifting it causes trouble sometimes.
Alright then. If that's the case, then I can help you out then. This may be my specialty, but I'm also proficient in Singhalid as well. Actually, hold on. Let me go grab a blade. I went one at a time just to get to see him.
As you wish.
Alright. First, make sure your dominant foot is up ahead. Alright? Now, I'll do a strike here. Notice I move my foot up in return.
I do.
It helps extend the reach of the blade. Also gains the control. Now. Now your biggest advantage if you're going single blade is learning how to repulse or parry people. Alright? It takes a bit to learn the timing and the pressure. But the trick is using your opponent's move momentum against them. I shall strike for her horizontally. Bring my blade to the left, and thus it will give you an opening. You see?
Again, I wish to try something.
Alright. Well done. No, you don't even want to bind the blade there. The moment you start binding blades, that leaves yourself open. Make sure your blade is moving, and make sure you know how to counter the blade. Always make sure to try to deflect, or be aware of your guard.
You could also use other things to your advantage in that moment, too.
Yes, but we're using practicality as far as you know the blade technique. Use that as much to your advantage.
Fair enough.
Alright. Strike at me. You're getting it. It still's quite rough, but you're getting it. You're at least understanding what I'm trying to say.
Perhaps a better demonstration might help.
Hmm?
Would you mind if I
How you
could
prefer?
you for a little bit?
Very well then.
I faintly recall we did speak about doing something like this quite a while ago, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Always felt like we could never sit down to do it. Now then. I'm curious to see what you can do.
All
No
right,
magic. Weapons only.
Mm-hmm. Fair enough.
See what you can do.
All right.
Let's dance.
Legs.
All right. Good.
Yes, you'll find I know how to interact with a single blade.
Sorry to interrupt this, but I do have news for Jasmine.
Yes.
Celine is awake. They're outside right now. They
One
did
more
request
quick
to see
bout,
you.
and then I will go there immediately.
Yes.
Thank you.
Alright. They're on the
I'll be
dark
there
side.
shortly.
I will.
Thank you.
Alright. Last book, I'll make this actually interesting and actually start fighting the forest.
Do you want me to go full out with my magic then, or do you want me to stay with weapons?
I'll be able to deal with it.
Very well. Then let's see how you can deal with this. It's gonna show you up.
I'd hate to interrupt, but apparently Selena's looking for you. I think her room is acting up. They are in the middle of a fight. Celine, Jasmine. Once this is over, Jasmine will attend to Celine. It seems Ligora is staying with her for now. As he said he would.
Good. Punch.
Headbutt or butt.
More people in this town. I saw him. Solve.
Right.
You are not looking forward to it. One of them is a relative to Esmeralda. Interesting. No, not specifically. It just means more people to figure out and see why they're here.
All right.
Especially with these elections, it's always going to be tedious. I suppose.
Did I forget to mention to you that I was actually... I'm trained to try to have a little bit against mages.
Really? I'm curious then. How well can you deal with something like this then? She's gonna force you down.
Gut.
She's also punching your head.
That is enough. That was far too dangerous.
Perhaps. Still,
As you
show
see.
me a lot about what you can do.
Mm-hmm. Did I disappoint?
No. Not at all. Thank you.
Well, of course. Now, one thing you will notice there. Did you notice how I was maintained my stance and footing through all those things? Making sure my openings and strikes. And making sure every time I striked, I tried to make sure I didn't leave myself completely open. And turn it back against him.
Even in an unfair advantage, you still performed very well.
Yeah. That last one kind of took me for a bit.
You held your ground very well.
I have to. Especially considering I can't exactly run as fast as I used to. Adjusting my strength so I can at least stand ground. I can hold my own better.
Indeed. It's good to actually get to see your prowess then. I look forward to actually when we can actually perhaps fight side by side next time. But if you'll excuse me, I do have someone who is waiting for me. Thank you for that.
Alright.
Phoenix?
Jasmine.
Amelia.
Surprised
Get
you
out of
took
the way.
those hits that well.
It takes a lot. It takes a lot to put me down.
I mean, you, yeah, but I'm the gut punch
Oh,
and the
yes.
head bash.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I did. As well as several pommel strikes in addition to that.
Well, if you don't have anything better to do, the tavern's open.
That does sound good.
Unless it's closed by now. However, I would hope after 15, 20 minutes, I think it's still open.
I would definitely hope it's not the case.
I think you should
Right,
settle.
head away.
After that, you may be suffering from an injury. I do not want to push you any further.
This is nothing. I've dealt with worse, but this may be a good time to at least call it off for the moment. Should you want, if you wish, Phoenix, I'd be more than happy to continue this.
Perhaps. I would need more training to continue to hone myself in, I suppose. That last bout that I had when I grabbed you, that was instinctual.
That's fine. You realized it and you held yourself back at what you realized it?
No, I didn't. I only stopped because the pain in my arm told me to.
Well, in time. I'm sure hopefully we can get to the point where you get used to that. Ignore the pain, at least.
Anything. I would like to have my arm back.
Then I would help. I promise you. Then I will help you out as best I can. As you currently stand, so you can better help make yourself stronger, so you can help protect the people in combat. You have my silent word about that.
Thank you, Lady Ashvale.
Of course. We can continue lessons on later then.
As you wish.
Tavern?
I suppose.
Yeah. Although I think I might want to switch out if you don't mind.
Yeah, fine. I might as well take a film soon.
my boy. Tavern's open.
I suppose.
I don't mean
Just...
to bother you.
No,
If you're busy, that's totally fine.
I'm not busy. I'm just waiting for the pain to subside.
Did something happen?
Back before you arrived, we had the siege here in this town. I suffered an injury in my arm and I cannot use it to its full strength. There's a searing pain that scorches through my bones. I trained with Eva.
Sounds like nerve damage.
To get medical for it.
I did. There was nothing they could do.
Sorry to hear that. If you wish, I can bring it out to you here, if you don't wish to move it and favor it.
I will be inside momentarily. I will need a minute.
Sure, I'll leave you to it. No rush, of course.
You're feeding.
Yes. You give so freely. But this one has a question.
I may have an answer.
Okay. This one will share this answer.
What is your question?
You found your purpose yet?
I have. It took me longer than I imagined it would. But I have found what I am meant to do. As I have stated before in the past, because of my strength, because of my skills, I am here to protect those that cannot protect themselves. I am to be a guardian, a protector, and to some, a walking fortress. That is my purpose.
Why? Why would you do this? Protect the weak. You want a pack?
There are many things that I cannot feel. In emotions. Some I am slowly becoming to understand, but a great many of them are still foreign to me. Happiness is among them. And I see how some of the small ones here smile, how they laugh, how they enjoy themselves. And I suppose I envy that. But in the same manner, I wish to protect that. I wish to keep them happy, to keep them safe, so that they can continue to smile, so they can continue to be happy. The sight of blood, screaming, anger, sorrow, these are things I have become all too familiar with. I despise them. Even though that anger and fury is what made me who I am. I do not wish for others to fall in a similar life such as mine. I wish for no harm to come to the people here. people that took me in. The people that saved me. That forgave me. They are weak. They are not as strong as I am. Perhaps not stronger than you either. But they are worth protecting. They mean something to me.
Can understand this. Yes.
Good. Are you satisfied with my answer?
Yes. You find meaning in being protector.
I do. Yes.
This fulfills your need.
It does.
This is like this one. This one must feed, fulfill this need. Would not be complete. The hunger, the pain would take this one. This would be weak. Cannot allow this to happen.
I too know what hunger feels like. How it hurts. Have you fed enough? Or do you wish for more?
Apples. They are sweet. They are... See, they fulfill this one for now.
I know of the trees that they planted by the farm have started to grow them. Would you like me to get one for you?
Yes. Have one. One more. This one is not hungry. Can think clearly.
Good. I'm glad then.
Have you seen Flora?
Flora? No, I have not.
Is the mayor still in the mayor's quarters?
I am unsure. It is possible.
Understood. I still owe you the apple.
Is everything alright?
Yes, everything's fine. I need to speak to the mayor. I will still pay you the apple.
May I
Can you wait
accompany
till the
you?
morning? Yes.
Okay.
I appreciate your patience.
Tell. Inside the tavern, if you speak to the man with the axe, Kitzelden, please tell him that I will be arriving later. I must attend to Delilah.
Okay. Tell will do this.
Thank you.
Do you think you could write something up?
For Flora?
Yes, because Flora and Otto were a couple.
Yeah, I understand. Where is her house again? Probably have to look at the board.
Over there. All the way back and to the left.
That's right. The left side. That's okay. Yeah, I'll get her a note.
Speaking of Otto, what I made for him is running out. It only lasts for 24 hours.
I think it was running out on that time. He had about an hour left.
That was something else, something given to him, a calming room from someone else. The thing that I gave him was to keep him from feeling overwhelming amounts of pain. Kept him sane.
Unfortunately, there's not much we can do right now. As I hate to say that. I was a friend, a good friend at that.
I understand.
As much as I'd love to send out a search party to find him, I wouldn't know where to start.
Do you remember where he ran off?
No. Not in the panic of the situation.
If I am able to ascertain an item of his, I can follow his scent. Perhaps even get a broad idea.
To make a suggestion of where you could start, maybe following tracks. If you head towards the Vale and you know the sort of tents to the left side, or right side actually, check there. There should be footprints of something there.
I've been holding
But
on to
there's
his
a lot of
gun,
footprints
but
there.
This is his gun.
I see. So he was the one who gave it to you?
You're fine. Have you seen Erebos around? Any chance?
Not since I last talked to him before you got here.
He was looking for Amaris to see if he could track down Otto, I think.
Then
With
I
me,
best
Phoenix, with me.
guess is the clinic, I suppose.
Yeah, might be going. I need to find the lane. Also, hey, out of character note. I was literally just out. I didn't go too far in, but I was literally just out in the the little bit off by to the Vale side. So in addition to whatever the GMs might have, footprints from me. Didn't go too far and turned back around. Fresh.
Got it.
Otto would probably say something very snarky right now. Like, you think this is dark? You should see my, I don't know, teenage bedroom or something. That was dark.
What manner of... Are you speaking, Delilah?
Should have seen the halls of this court that I went to and... you think this is dark? Oh. This is nothing compared to, gosh. I don't know, he'd say something snarky. Alright, this is the tent.
There are tracks here. Multiple.
GM present.
Hello. So, couple things to note here. We are attempting to follow Otto's tracks, and this is one of the last places.
Another one following Otto's tracks.
Yeah. I'm sure you've heard this like 16 times today.
So, well, you're like the fourth set of people.
Oh.
So not that crazy. No, wait, fifth. Sorry.
Fair enough. We were told that there are a few sets of footprints over here. Amelia's, which are completely fresh. And then there should be a pair of Otto's tracks over here as well. Another thing to note is that the pistol that she has was from Otto specifically, and I'm using that as a basis to follow a scent, if I can, to kind of link it with his and find out where he went.
Well, that makes it easier. That makes it easier, because I would say with the 4, looking right here, you're not going to find any tracks. But following the scent, you find out that it's like faintly active.
You were also on Whisper, Capo, so it's really hard to hear you when you walk away.
Yep, I switched over. I apologize. But yeah, you see that it's over on this side. And as you do look and you have the lights, you can see the shapes of what looks like claws in the mud still. Though they're very faint because they're over a day old at this point.
If I'm following them, yeah.
Yeah, and the scent matches up, so you would follow them and they would lead all the way down to the Nakmar Canyon.
Gotcha. These tracks are old, but I can still follow them. This way.
Well, if he came out this side, maybe this is the way he will enter back. Could be.
He left town. Why did he leave? This is not like him.
Because he needed to kill.
He need to only ask.
Yeah. That noble woman from Astana got in his way when he was trying to leave so people could be safe, and goaded him into a duel.
She what?
Yes. And she still doesn't think she's done anything wrong. I lost my anger and threatened her.
She is lucky she is not here now, or else I would have done the same.
I wanted to slit her throat. Perhaps I am not a good as friend as Otto is. I'm sure he would have slit her throat if it were the other way around. Please, let's try to find the tracks at least.
We focus on Otto now. I will handle this later.
Yes.
The prints are hard to follow, but I still have his scent. This way.
should have stayed with him. I should have followed him out. I could have done something.
You would have put yourself at risk. If he is in a state that you had described earlier, and if he has not faltered from it, you would have only put yourself in danger. Who knows what he would have done to you?
I could have dissuaded a duel. I would have made some sort of distraction so he could have left.
The scent in the trail follows this way. There's no point. What's done is done.
Yeah, I sure do have that honeycomb still in my pocket. Okay.
I would say this because she is sniffing a lot. This is how you figure it out. After this, whatever you want. The fact is, you for some reason as well smell like a very strong, like metallic, almost like blood coming from behind you. It's following.
You said it's following or it's coming from her?
From her. She was following you. It almost smells like a fresh wound.
I smell blood.
I'm not hurt.
You smell as if you are wounded. I never forget that scent.
The only thing I have is the gift that I was given by Effie's. It's a pouch full of honeycomb. It was given to her by the golden bugs, the coin bugs.
As you sniff it, it smells like copper, like almost if someone had an open wound. But also slightly sweet. And if you look at it, it is the color of copper, but it's in a honeycomb.
How peculiar. Interesting. It gives off the same scent that blood does from a fresh wound. That can be useful for something.
Well, she did say something about vampires like it.
Hmm. How does she know what vampires like?
I do not know. She's a healer. Maybe she is healed vampire.
A foolish choice.
Sorry, as you approach the entrance to the Nakma Canyon, Fenix, this is an enclosed cave, you start picking up other scents. One familiar to you is Erebos, rather fresh, as if you came through here only recently, heading towards the Nakma as well. And as you look around, you see some hints of black feathers left as well.
Stop whispering!
Damn it, I forgot I was on it. I apologize.
Try again.
Bugbears.
Last thing I heard was black
So,
feathers.
as you walk by, so that's pretty much it. As you see, pretty much is black feathers. Also going towards the Nakmar. Not much of a sense left on them. They are a day old as well.
I smell Erebos. He was here recently as well. Perhaps performing the same task we are.
I don't know what to do. Part of me wants to keep following. Part of me thinks he is probably fine. Out of his mind, maybe, but he's a smart man. He would know how to. He would know how to handle himself in this situation, but a part of me knows that he is scared and alone and probably hurt. And I don't know what to do. The rune that I made only lasts a day. And if he doesn't return, he'll be filled with that pain again. And he'll start to go mad. And he's already on the brink. So I don't know what to do. If I stay here and he returns, I will be able to take care of it. But if I leave and he returns, he will still be without the rune. And if we go and he's out of his mind, I might be able to fill the rune again, get him back.
Subtle. I believe you know what must be done.
There's only so much that I can help him if I leave.
Alone, yes.
But
But you are not alone. I will gather my things.
He's the kind of man that we will never find him.
Do not be so sure.
If he does not want to be found.
We have followed him this far. All we need to do now is continue to follow the scent, the footsteps, and whatever trail of blood he leaves behind.
He has a day ahead of us. I still have research I need to do.
Then I will go. He is our friend. He needs us.
both go. He needs the light of that rune. So we both go. We try to find him. If we don't find him within a day, we return. We must, in case he's doubled back and we have missed him.
So be it.
We will do what we can. We will try. Come on, let's go gather our things. Need it out there.
Otto is strong. He's fast, and he is cunning. But I am strong. Suffice to say, I believe I would be stronger. I am large, and I wield the weapons and affinities that are weakening to him. If I must subdue him, if I must incapacitate him, I will do so. I do not wish to harm him. I do not wish to kill him. But if it needs to happen to bring him back, then I will do so.
Then we'll do what we need to do.
This will not be for the greater good. This will be for us. This will be for him. He has earned that much.
He has saved a lot of people many times. He deserves someone to save him.
I agree.
Then we stick to this accord.
So be it.
I'll check in town one last time to see if he's returned.
Of course. I will put on the rest of my armor and gear, and whatever else I have with me. I'll meet you by the canyon. Oh, it'd be alright if we'd make it round the horn. Oh, it'd be alright if we'd make it round the horn. Oh, it'd be alright if we'd make it round the horn. And we'll all hang on behind. And we'll roll the old chariot along. We'll roll the old chariot along. We'll roll the old chariot along. And we'll all hang on behind. Oh, all night on the town wouldn't do us any harm. Oh, all night on the town wouldn't do us any harm. Oh, all night on the town wouldn't do us any harm. And we'll all hang on behind. And we'll roll the old chariot along. We'll roll the old chariot along. We'll roll the old chariot along. And we'll all hang on behind.
Give me my boy. My boy.
What fucking timing, holy shit. I assume your return means that he was not there in town.
No.
Have you gathered everything you needed?
Yes.
Let us go.
I believe in you.
As I and you.
And let's find our friend.
Let's. Holy fucking moly. Oh, goodness gracious.
Is that Phoenix from Wardens fame? Oh my god.
No.
Oh.
I
I almost just drowned myself out of sadness.